naming convention and change our name from FET CEO to TVET CGC, the TVET College Governors Council, thereby broadening our mandate to include, amongst other things, issues of capacity building, governance, training, and also oversight. We are, colleagues, are an employer organization, students, in that we represent in the bargaining chamber all council paid employees. So you would know that in our system, you have employees that are PESAL paid, that are paid by the Department of Higher Education and Training, and you have employees that are paid by the college and by extension, by council. So that's why we call them council paid employees. And the current split in the system of college paid employees and PESAL paid employees is about 60-40. So meaning about 60% of employees, lecturers, and the likes that are in the system are paid by PESAL, and then the rest are paid by the council. So we represent those that are paid by the council in the bargaining chamber, and I am the chief negotiator for the sector for the last couple of years. So I thought it's prudent and important for me to give you that background before I go to the programs that we do. Sorry, I'm going to stand like this so that I can see what's behind me. So last year, colleagues, so we have an AGM that takes place every single year, and once in 5 years or every 5 years, we then have an elective AGM. So last year was our elective AGM, and these are the men and women that were elected into office. The person who spoke before me, Mr. Stembiso Kanyile, was elected as the president. Dr. Solipowe was elected as the deputy president. He's currently the chairperson of Mopani TVET College in, that must be Mopani. Currently the chairperson of Mopani TVET College in Limpopo, and previously was the chair of Waterberg TVET College. And then it's obviously myself, Sanele Zondi, and it's Dr. Gezani Malulega, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the TVET CGC, currently serving as the chairperson of Vembe TVET College in Limpopo. And then we have Advocate Lorraine Mtsweni as the TG. She is in Ehlanzeni in Mpumalanga. She serves on the council there. Miss Neo Moirane, who's the current deputy chairperson of PE TVET College. She's also serving as the head of organization, building and projects. We have Professor Nokuthula Mazibuko from Tshwane North. She is the head of policy, research and innovation. And then we have the rest of the NEC colleagues. I don't want to go through them name by name, but the presentation is before you. Now, in terms of our strategic pillars, our key focus areas as the TVET CGC are these areas that you see on the presentation. The one being capacity building, number two being digital literacy and ICT integration, number three, skills development programs, number four, workforce readiness and industry alignment, and number five, community engagement, and last but not least, policy advocacy and institutional governance. Now, I'm going to speak about just these pillars, and then I'll be done. Capacity building programs are very important. In fact, we've undertaken over the last 5 years quite a few capacity building programs with the help of our partners. One of the partners is actually here, Dr. George, where we partnered with him, and also the services CETA, where we did multiple programs capacitating councils of the different colleges. We undertook capacity building programs with FACET, training members of council that sit on the audit and risk committee. And we did that in direct response to the audit outcomes which were not so good. And as the TVET CGC, we then took it upon ourselves to intervene to ensure that our colleges begin to achieve better audits from the AG when they are audited on an annual basis. And I can tell you now, through that intervention that we did over the last couple of years, you will see that all our colleges are gradually improving. In fact, those of you who are not in the system will recall that there was a period of time, principal, where some of our colleges, in fact, were under administration. And because of disclaimers, because of a collapse of governance and infighting and the likes, and the minister at the time dissolved councils and put a number of colleges under administration. And right now, as we speak, we don't have a single college, in fact, that is under administration. And it's through interventions such as the ones that we've been employing, these capacity building programs, that we have seen the turnaround that we have seen. To make it easier, I want to make it easier, colleagues, can you help me with this? I just want to go to, can you help me with this? Oh, there, that's the. To that end, colleagues, to achieve the 5 or the 6 strategic pillars that you saw, we then fostered partnerships with a number of stakeholders, both in the private sector and the public sector. And these are some of the partnerships that we have through the MOUs that we have signed with the likes of Facet, Chieta, PCETA, Services CETA, Old Mutual, African Bank, NSG, and the likes. So through these partnerships and leveraging these partnerships, we've been able to conduct across the country a number of programs that have had a meaningful and a direct impact directly in our colleges. Namely, President General of SAVETA, one of the programs that we're very excited about, right, is the one that we are doing with Old Mutual, where we want to do financial literacy programs, because research indicates that one of the things that is faced by students, by yourselves and those that you lead, is the issue of financial literacy. Now, students are getting a lot of money. They get a lot of money through either NSFAS from their parents and other private funders that are funding them. And in most cases, the research shows that students don't know how to then appropriate and allocate that money in a responsible manner over a period of time until the next batch of money comes into their accounts. And as a direct result of that, we then are embarking on this financial literacy program with Old Mutual, where we are going to all 50 TVET colleges and are training not only students, by the way, even staff and lecturers on how to budget, how to use their money, and how to allocate their money in a responsible way over a period of time, such that it is able to last and to the time when the new batch of money comes into their accounts. So that's a program that we're excited about. The second program that we're very excited about is with responsible gambling. So we're going to be doing a program. We've signed an MOU with responsible gambling. So responsible gambling, ladies and gentlemen and students, is a structure whose affiliates are all gambling companies and big casinos. So by law, they are required to pay to put money into a kitty, a central kitty, right, where this structure called responsible gambling then undertakes programs that are aimed at alleviating the issue of gambling addiction alcohol and drug abuse. So there's never been such a campaign in our TVET colleges. And as a result of that, through this partnership we have, we're going to be running these campaigns across all our TVET colleges, driving the issue of responsible gambling, because we know some students do gamble. Remember, gambling in our days, you don't need to go into a casino. People gamble here on their phones. And they gamble on their phones, and they gamble on online. And so this program that we're undertaking is really exciting us, so much so that as part of the pillars that you saw there, which is capacity building and institutional governance and advocacy, Professor Mazbugo is undertaking, directly to speak to this matter, is undertaking a research paper over a two-year period, where we are studying, where we are investigating the nexus, the relationship between President Chogwe, the relationship between gambling addiction, alcohol and substance abuse, and GBV. The GBV that you were matching yesterday about, we think at the heart or at the foundation of the problems that we see in our campuses is the issue of alcohol and substance abuse, and also the issue of gambling addiction. You will never believe, council members that are here, and principals and colleagues and students, you'll never believe that there's never been research done about this phenomenon targeted in TVET colleges specifically. For whatever reason, the president was saying that TVET colleges have always been seen as stepkids, and they've always been neglected. A lot of research has been done in the university space, but nothing has been done in the TVET space. So we're pioneering that research through Professor Mazbugo, and we're hoping that the findings thereof, once that study is done, will be tabled in gatherings such as this. That's another program. The third program, I'm just talking about current programs. The third program that we're very excited about, council members, on Wednesday next week, we are having a huge students signing ceremony with the National School of Government, where we are professionalizing. The aim is to professionalize the issue of council membership. We want to professionalize it. And it's important that you hear this, students, because you are part of council. You are part of governance. Remember, you are a creature of statute. You are a creature of the law. So we want to professionalize this thing, council members that are here, all of you. We want to professionalize the issue of council membership for purposes of accountability. You know, if you are an engineer, if you are a lawyer, if you are an accountant, if you are a doctor, if you are a nurse, you belong to a professional body. So that should you do wrong things, you then are reported to that professional body and you are taken off. So as part of strengthening governance, we want to professionalize the issue of council membership. So this is how it works. It will work in a practical sense, Dr. George. When a minister appoints you to a council, or a council, when a minister appoints you through section 10.4, right, of the CET Act, and then there's the section 10.6, who are appointed by the interim councils with concurrence from the minister. When you are appointed, you are then given a window period of say a month to attain a qualification through the National School of Government. That's what we want to do. By the way, it's already happening in the public service. When you are employed for senior government positions, either chief director, DDG, and the likes, you have to go through the National School of Government, and your appointment is provisional and is only confirmed once you've attained that particular thing. So we're very excited about that partnership, and we're going to be partnering with, we want to invite principals to partake in that program, all of us, and student leadership, because we find it to be a very important program. And last but not least, colleagues, one of the programs as well that anyways, one of the programs that we are going to do, which excite us as I close, because the president had spoken about everything and he requested me just to speak about programs. So another program that is in closure that excites us. So we built ICT hubs in all 50 TVET colleges. Every single college where you are, there is a hub. There is the state of the art. There's a plug written, donated by TVET CGC in partnership with Facet. In all 50 TVET colleges. In all 9 community colleges, there's a hub donated by us in partnership with. Now, we don't want these hubs to become white elephants. Now, through the relationship and the MOU that we have with UNISA Enterprise, which is the commercial arm of UNISA, we want to train students and lecturers, right, through this program, train them so that they acquire the skills necessary to utilize these ICT hubs optimally for a prolonged period of time. Because they are so high tech, there's a risk that they can sit there and people don't know how to use them, right? So we're excited about that program, and very soon it will be coming to your colleges. I want to, program director, I don't know if this had happened, but I just want us to really appreciate student leadership, really appreciate what has been done by Orbit College. Orbit College has done a very important thing in their elevation to the PSL, because it has now put a spotlight right on the entire sector. And it speaks to what Kosaska was saying here in Saveta, that through their program or through their intention to start a TVET Cup, it would not have come at a better time than this time when a college has been elevated for the first time in the history of the PSL to partake in the PSL. So I really want us maybe to take just a few seconds just to clap for Orbit College for what they've done for our sector. With that being said, I wish you, the president has already wished you, but I also want to wish you a great induction. We are going to be here till Sunday, and we are going to be participating in the commissions that you are going to be having, and we wish you robust and constructive discussions as you engage amongst yourselves. Thank you very much.
Let's give him another round of applause. Where is Braston? Where is Braston? He's out. Okay. You see this thing of not staying inside the venue when you're expected to. I wanted to give him his flowers now, but he's not here. President and SG, you have each other's number. Okay. We're not doing so well in terms of time, colleagues. I always knew that TVET CGC, these are politicians. 5 minutes is an hour each. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nobala, you are doing a great deal. I don't think people realize the impact that you are doing. You know, I've attended, Mr. Mediro, some of their sessions where they were handing over these computers. And I hope, Mr. Mbeng, I hope they are not white elephants. I hope students are given access to those laptops. One of our biggest issues in the sector is we're getting there in terms of infrastructure, the new drive to get there. But one of the biggest issues is that to have these state-of-the-art technologies like what TVET CGC is offering, we must defend. That's why I'm always angry when SRC banned this infrastructure, because they don't know the resource that went into that, the hard work that went into that. So please, let's protect them. Now, without any waste of time, oh, there's Braston. Mr. Mbeng, I'm going to be, I know, Ongumfundis, he's a pastor, and you don't want to mess, you don't want to give pastors all the time in the world. They can speak, pastors. So I wanted to say, we speak of TVET, of Orbit, but the man who made all that dream possible is that man there. He's busy wiping his nose now. Prastenli Kekan. That's the man who makes all that. It's his hard work, of course, and the college, but because he's responsible for student support, it's his hard work. That's why I always say, and I want to implore you, by the way, in council, when you pass budgets, it's not my space, but I want to implore you. When you pass these budgets, allocate a bit of more funding towards SRC and also towards COSASCA activities. I'll tell you why. An active student does not have time to think about protests. When they come back from here, they already know that there's arts. It's the language festival. Eastern Cape after that is hosting ball games. You see, they have no time. In between that, they are focusing on their exams. There is no time for them to think about all these other things. So council, TVET CGC, if you can allocate it direct, assist them to get more funding. Assist them to get more. COSASCA must be as big as university sport is. Now you have a team in the PSL. There's no university in the PSL. You have a team in the PSL. How do you support that team? Anyway, I'm skating on getting fired very soon. Now, let me call on SAGPO representative from the Eastern Cape. I know I call them at night at times shouting, why are students of the Eastern Cape not having uniform? Why are they not participating? But I know that they are always there to assist our students. Let's welcome the acting principal of King Insa, or Mr. Mbengo. The chair is there, but he has delegated. Let's give him a good round of applause.
3 minutes. Mbolweni. Good morning. I'm going to try to do my best in terms of time, as the program director has indicated. Let me acknowledge the program director, Mr. Sonti. Also acknowledge the minister in absentia and the acting DG, Mr. Zungu, who's our DDG TVET branch. Acknowledge my boss, Richard Mudiro, our regional manager, and his executive. And also acknowledge my leader, Mr. Bigicha, who is our chairperson of SAGPO. And acknowledge NSFAS, acknowledge COSASCA, acknowledge SAFETSA. I like when they say nothing about us without us. As I'm standing here and acknowledge all the sponsors and everybody involved, without wasting time, good morning. As I'm greeting you, supporting the induction as SACPO, which is South African Public College Organization. We are SACPO and we are 50 TVET colleges nationwide. In the Eastern Cape, we are 8, led by our chairperson, Mr. Bigicha. And we are saying to you, and I also acknowledge as it just comes in, our host principal, Mr. Tima. We are saying as SACPO, we support the induction that we have started embarking on. And we are saying that we are looking upon you in terms of exercising diligence in respect of your engagement in all the activities that you actually have in the college. Obviously, in terms of the structure, you are also members of the governing council, and it is important, therefore, that indeed, as you elect your representative in respect of participating in the governance activities of the institution, you ensure that you exercise diligence. They really also put their thumb on the matters that matters most in respect of your students. Indeed, it is correct to say, whilst as TVET institutions, we are centers of education where we develop artisans, and we also ensure that we respond to the skills labor force in respect of our responsibilities and mandate. It is also important that the physical aspect of yourselves, which is involved in the sport activities, is also enhanced. I must also say and confess and also say that we really need to change the trend in terms of ensuring that we get all the possible resources in terms of supporting your sporting activities, which is an area that we are not doing so well. That's the matter that we need to correct and make it a point that we do better. And we're inspired by Orbit in terms of their success and in terms of what they have shown that through teamwork, you as a collective, you can do. With that, let us applaud them again. Because it is really important, it is true that we have to take stock in terms of the successes that you are actually having. Coming to the college, you came in there involved in different PQM, that is the program qualification mix. You choose in terms of which programs you are going to be in. We are saying to you, kindly ensure that you work so hard and demand the academic support so that you work well in your programs of choice, so that the financial support that you are getting through NSFAS is continually there. Because immediately when you're not performing well, then that becomes a problem, not only for you, but for the college, for your family, and for the country. So just make it a point that you do work well, and NSFAS give that particular support, because it is through academic excellence that you will continually be getting that support. As you are engaging in your induction, I like when your SGs indicated that it is really not about the numbers in council, but it is about the quality of the engagement. Hence, the engagement in terms of understanding and ensuring policies are actually implemented. That is going to energize you and make it a point that you begin to be quite relevant. COSAXA, as you are coordinating all these particular sporting activities and all that, and it is important that indeed we support you. We're saying to you, students and students' leadership, as SAFETSA, we support you. As SACPO, we are saying we want to be seeing, leading, and managing as student-conscious, centered institutions, which really take cognizance the issues and the responsibilities of what the students actually need to be engaged on, because you are leaders of tomorrow. As you are leaders of tomorrow, it is really much important that indeed there's absolutely nothing about you without you. And the diligence in respect of engagement, where instances arise, where college management are not seeing eye to eye with you on a particular issue, let us not meet at the gate. Let us meet in the boardroom, at the boardrooms first, and begins to engage. And when such particular engagements are not yielding results, you are led. I always say in the institution, each one of us, you've got your national structure, provincial structure, we are led. Report, let us engage, because at the end of the day, we don't really want to waste time on things that are going to delay ourselves as a collective in your success as we prepare you to be in entrepreneurship and to be the artisans of our institutions. We are saying we support you in this induction. Be yourself. As you are yourself, please also work and work hard. And also our deepest condolences, as the minister alluded this morning, to one of our colleagues who unfortunately passed on this morning. We are saying to the family and to the sector, we are in their shoes in this time of very trying circumstances. That being said, SACPO is supporting SAFETSA National Induction wholeheartedly. Go well, work well. As you go to your various institutions, please be the diligence and the excellence leadership that any particular college will be proud of you. With those few words, thank you very much. We support you.
I told you, see, he has more energy than me, and let's give him another huge round of applause. Again, principals, like we said with TVET CGC, when you do that budgeting and you see SRC student support services, and it was, yes, it was 200,000 in 2024. Says, man, I want my kids to succeed. And just another 2 million. I'm telling you, a well-funded student support services creates a peaceful environment for teaching and learning. I'm just saying, I have no brief. I was told to just chair. I have no brief for my colleagues in student support services. I don't know if they're thinking the same way. Yeah. Now, thank you so much, Principal. So these are your students. They do not belong to the department. They are your students. The first point of contact is with you as colleges. I always say, if you don't love them, don't lead them. So we need to nurture them. By the way, as we are simply celebrating your product and your work, Mr. Tim, We're celebrating the fact that we're saying they are matured SRCs. It's because of the effort that the people that you have entrusted with developing them are doing at a college level. So we are grateful to SAPO. And now, colleagues, we've been sitting down for too long. I'm going to request that, if you complain, I might not say what I want to say. Nah? I'm going to request that we break up until 25 to 1. There, for students, you have so I think there's still some snacks that you can get there behind that ASF banner. And for my colleagues, they know where they got their refreshments yesterday. You can still grab something and come back. So up until 25 to 1. Thank you so much. We are going to start, but for those who are not there, I just want to play a short clip of yesterday while we prepare for Dr. Ramoroka to present. Okay, we will continue to play it. We can stop it for now. We must find this one who was saying, Bana. So you see how famous you've made Waterberg. Very Skukune. Very, very famous. Very famous. Okay. Let's do the presentation. It's called what now? Presentation, Doc? We are going to call on Dr. Ramoroka, who'll do, please flight the presentation on framework for improving. Do you see it there? Yeah. Dr. Ramoroka is an acting chief director for examinations and assessment. He's based in, I always find it strange where I must explain why your email is DBE and all of us are DHET. So our Chief Directorate of Exams, colleagues, the thing of these things of plates, and please do them very quietly, please. You just hand over a bottle, you don't need to speak. So Dr. Ramoroka is from the Department of Higher Education and Training. As I've said, he's an acting chief director responsible for examinations and assessment. We have not been doing well with time, so his presentation will be for exactly 20 minutes. Chairperson of Western Cape, you are going to be our timekeeper. When Dr. Ramoroka, you see that young man stand up, your 20 minutes is gone. So afterwards, we will not have engagements immediately. We'll then take the second presentation from programs and qualifications. Then we'll have engagements for all of them after. Let's now, colleagues, welcome Dr. Ramoroka and give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to take this opportunity to greet the principal, college principal, Mr. Tema, and then to greet leadership of South, COSAXA, and the leadership of TVCJC, the leadership of SACPO, the leadership of SAFETA, led by President Chokwe, and then the acting DG, Mr. Zungu in absentia, the minister in absentia, and all protocol observers. Without any waste of time, colleagues, we will deal with the issue of assessment, and then the presentation will be based on the compliance, and then will be based on the standardization of the results and irregularities. Yeah, without any waste of time, we'll start with this international model of exams. When we consider the examinations to be internationally recognized or internationally comparable or world-class, these are the characteristics. The fitness for papers, that the exam papers and the monitoring marking system should produce scores, that are both reliable and valid. And then the second point is equity, integrity, and public confidence. We have to make sure that the system is deemed fair and achieve a high level of public confidence. The exam should ensure that no particular group of candidates are given unfair advantage. Obviously, we must avoid irregularities or cheating in exams, because those who are cheating, they are given unfair advantage while other people are following the rules. And then if you look at on my left here, the indicators, the public has confidence in the results of the exam system, high level of trust in the honesty of exam agency staff. So the staff that are running the examinations, like your invigilators, they must be honest, they must be trusted. And then you have the high level of trust in the honesty of the supervisory staff. Those who are training invigilators, your chief invigilators, those who are overseeing question papers, they need to be trustworthy. If they're not trustworthy, we're going to see issues of malpractices, like your leakage of papers, information moving in this information superhighway. You know, nowadays we are in a digital world. So it's only one individual who is not trustworthy who can undermine the entire system. And we speak about a systemic irregularity. A systemic irregularity is an irregularity that is big, where everybody has gotten the question paper through WhatsApp, and that is why when you have a quality assurer like Umalusi or QCTO, they will order a rewrite. But where there is a small irregularity, where it's just a group of people who access the paper in one institution, then the rest of the institution's result will be released, and then the investigations will follow for that institution, and the institutional result will be blocked for further investigations. And then according to international standards, a credible examination system is an exam assessment body that has very few incidents of cheating. Where you have mass copying, I remember in this country at DBE, I can't remember 2018, there was about 57 centers that were accused of mass copying. It's a disaster. So in our case, the issue is that we need to result all the students' results on time, all. But we're not able to result all because some have resorted to unorthodox means of getting answers. And therefore their results are blocked and they have to be investigated. So we want to work closely with student leaders in all colleges to be able to assist us during student assembly, to orientate the students. Your matric students do what we call pledge. They pledge that they will not under any circumstances resort to cheating. They will read and prepare for the examination. And that's the kind of lessons that we need to give. And then without any waste of time, colleagues, we've got equity there. And then we must make sure that we take care of the students who are struggling. You see that equity, it's very much important. I was looking at the portfolio committee about students who don't have money to register. And one college principal was asked, what do you do with the students? You know, what do you do? And he says, no, we don't allow them. And he was grilled by saying, oh, you are closing the doors of learning. Eh? So we have got to accommodate there. And then also the issues of disabilities, students with learning disabilities as well. We need to cater for it. Without any waste of time, because I don't have time, let me move to the next. Yeah. This is the policy on the conduct of examinations. The exam is a highly regulatory environment. Everything is about rules. You know, and you can see that the national policy pertaining to the conduct, administration, management of the examinations of colleges established, declared, and registered in terms of the Continuing Education and Training Act of 2006. We run the exam in the Republic using this particular policy. And the examination rules that are read to you, they are designed under the mandate of this particular policy. The definition is very clear. External assessment means any task or examination set marked at the level outside the center by the assessment body. If you look at the NCV, I would argue that 50% of the NCV level 4 is marked outside, is done outside. For example, the question papers are set from national, the marking is managed by national. But if you look at level 2 and level 3, it's almost 90% college-based. Because the ISET is set at the college, it's administered at the college, but it's set by us. The ICAS is developed and administered at the college, and marks are generated at the college level. They are even captured there. And then you've got the exam. In as much as we send question paper, but the exam are marked at the college. So the difficulty is, if the college lecturers, after marking, they do not submit the marks of all the students on time, those students whose marks have not been submitted would not be able to be resulted. And then that is why compliance is important by those in level 4, because we're in control of the marking process. There is no way that people cannot submit mark sheet or capture. We capture the marking center. But in terms of level 2 and level 3, the marking is taking place in all campuses. So it is important that the principals, deputy principals, ensure that there is compliance with the submission of marks. And then if you look at the legislative mandate, there is an act of parliament, the Gentsu.Africa Act, General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act of 2009. This is an act that has established Umalusi. I want to concur with the presentation by the CJC. What do you call it? TV CJC, about the quality assurance of Umalusi, that we need QCTO. Because Umalusi will police us like as if we are schools. I mean, if we look at mop-up, before they approve mop-up results, they demand one evidence after the other. And then we are under pressure because we are put under pressure by students to say we need the results, and we submit these results. So the management of the Department of Higher Education and Training, or Department of Higher Education, have taken a resolution that level 2 and level 3 should be internalized. Meaning that the department will take a decision. It's no longer going to go to Umalusi, because we have given Umalusi too much power over the TVET institutions. And the intervention by Umalusi at level 2, level 3, it does cause people to focus on Umalusi rather than focus on teaching and learning. But freeing those 2 levels and making level 4 external, it will allow us to build level 2 and level 3 without pressure from Umalusi, so that the students' result must be released on time. We don't need to tell you that, look, you submitted your marks even though your lecturer submitted them late, but we're still waiting for Umalusi. You understand? And people can testify that where QC2 is in charge, for example, NQF level 4, N4 to N6, we don't struggle with the mop-up of the results. No struggle. If your lecturer did not submit the marks on time, after the result, we ask them to do mop-up. They submit. We result very quickly. But for level 2, level 3, level 4, NCV, we will tell people, institutions, that we're still waiting for Umalusi. So for us, moving in the direction of internalizing level 2, level 3, which has been approved by the minister, it will help. But I'll talk about that, colleagues. To what extent will it help the students? Let's talk about the registration, the process of exam. Exam is not as easy as people think. It starts with the registration. Once students are not properly registered, they can't get the results. I've got parents calling us to say, we want the result of the student, and we check in our system, but the student is not registered with us. And I say, go to the college. They arrive at the college, say, National says the student is not registered. They say, we apologize. We apologize. And I'm just wondering, how can a student stay at the institution without registering while he's attending? You know, so the college executive, principal, deputies, and central office, they need to hold the campus managers and these lecturers accountable. Because colleagues, the student is sitting there thinking he's going to get the result and certificate. So we must make sure. So registration, and the registration is a process. After the college has registered you, we are going to send a prelim, and we're going to send the final prelim. In terms of the law, they are supposed to subject it to each and every student so that you can see your registration detail and sign it. So that when you go towards the exam, you know, you have seen that you have registered. I mean, some students, even on the eve of exam, they get there and then when others are getting permits, imagine everybody's getting permit and you don't get a permit. And you wonder, why am I not getting a permit? Only to find out you're not registered. Then they send a list 2 weeks before the exam. Now, please, the system had a problem. We couldn't register these particular people. So there's lack of quality control at college level and at campus level. I spoke a lot about registration, but because it's the most important aspect, because if you don't register accurately, let me indicate, your ID number is not accurate. When we capture your marks, we will find that we are struggling to capture the marks into yourself because the system is saying this is not a candidate. So everything needs to be accurate. That's where when we send the final prelim, every student must check whether the ID is accurate, the names are accurate, same. But also it will cause you a problem in terms of certification as well, if your names are not accurate. And then in terms of compliance, colleagues, because I've been asked to present on compliance, according to the national policy, registration of candidates must be done in accordance with the management plan. We've got a management plan. According to the management plan, the NCV registration will end in May. The engineering studies mid-February. The business studies end in April. But I can assure you, colleagues, there are students who are registered outside this period because the college failed to register them properly. And then colleagues, this thing undermines exam. We are supposed to send 100 question papers to this particular campus, only to find that only 50 students have registered. And then we are told that no, there's more. What should happen? Then when the question papers arrive, they are supposed to copy them for the rest of the others because the second group of people did not register on time. So they undermine the credibility of exams. Exam is about accuracy, it's about precision. Colleagues, somebody was trying to explain what precision is all about. If you fail to do precision, you may be in trouble. They say, these weapons of mass destruction, your missile, they say missile is scientifically proven that when they direct it to attack a target, it will attack a target. But one missile in I don't know, it's Iran, missed the Iranian important target and hit the Chinese embassy, and the Chinese were very unhappy. So it failed the test of precision. But examination has to be precise in all respect. The registration must be on time. The question papers must be on time. Students must write at 9 o'clock. The results must be released on time. These are the characteristics of an international quality exams, and we all play part in it, not just lecturers, invigilators, but also students. And then I spoke about preliminary schedules. I don't want to repeat it. I said that the final prelims should be printed, and then all the students, the SRCs, you must indicate to your management, your principals, we want the final schedule to be signed by the students so that they can confirm that they've registered. And then the writing of examination must be done in accordance with exam rules. They read the rules all the time. And I spoke about the examination staff, including chief invigilator, must be trained to enhance the credibility of examinations. We do so all the time. Chief invigilators are required to report any irregularities or acts of dishonesty that occur during the conduct of exam. So if there is anything that happens in the classroom, the invigilators are trained to identify the students who is copying. People are using many tactics of copying. Told that in the past they will use a mask to put things into. Some of them will use rulers to exchange rulers when there are some answers there. So the invigilators need to be very vigilant. And that students must be identified. You don't disturb him. Just hand over a new book and you take that book where he was copying. And he continues because you don't want to disturb other students. After that, he must go to a small meeting where the evidence is produced. So you see what you did? And then your results are going to go under investigation, and you may not get the results when others are getting the results until your case is done. So colleagues, in order for us to make sure that we don't delay our results, we need to make sure that we do not resort to unorthodox means of getting answers. And then I spoke about this. Internal continuous assessment tasks are developed at the college level and campus levels and are marked at the college level. And then they are a requirement for us to release the results. So in order for us to release the results, the colleges must submit the marks. We'll talk about the deadlines. Let me pass. This is certification backlog. I want to talk about certification. The certification backlog was cleared. Before 2022, there was a misunderstanding between, well, the portfolio committee didn't understand. There was a backlog of about 120 certificates. There was no understanding because in NCV, we are releasing full certificate and sub-certificate. And people were not interested in sub-certificate. But then the portfolio committee says, look, these are outstanding. But later on, they realize, oh, this is subject certificate, not full certificate. So then we address it to say, a subject certificate will be released when students are requesting it. Yeah? But Umalusi will automatically release full certificates. Because the certificate is also very important, colleagues, because once you pass one subject, you didn't pass all 7 in level 4, but you passed accounting. That accounting certificate can help you to get employment. So, but we didn't cancel the opportunity to get a certificate and then give level 4. We just say, on request, you can get certificate. And then some candidates fail to submit, some candidates fail to obtain full certificate in one cycle and are allowed to repeat the subject in multiple examinations. And the achievement records are consolidated. They know those who have passed some subject in trimester 1, they pass others in trimester 2. Those two need to be matched so that you can get full certificate. But obviously, it delays the release of the results of those students on time. And some people did not understand, and some journalists did not understand. They asked me, are you delaying these students? I said, no, I'm not delaying them. These students pass half of the subjects, and then in the next exam, they're going to pass half. So we're not delaying them. If they passed all in one sitting, they will get a certificate within 90 days. And then we have a total of 133,000 candidates participating in the November 2024 examinations. 50,000 candidates have satisfied all the requirements for a full certificate, which are currently being processed by Umalusi. Level 2, level 3 certificates have been forwarded to colleges. They've been delivered to colleges. What delayed us? The mop-up. Some of your lecturers, only the results were released on the 15th. Some of them submitted the ICAS mark and said marks at the end of March. Some of them submitted them at the end of May. So we had to make sure that we result all those students. Before we can release the certificate, it would be better to Umalusi for us to release the certificate piecemeal. You know, we had to accommodate all the students. But we've got other process colleagues that also delay. Remark. Students who are not satisfied with their own, they apply for remark. But we also have supplementary. So the supplementary also needs, after supplementary, the supplementary people also wants their marks to be amended sometimes. There is also a remark after supplementary. After supplementary, students are not satisfied again, they apply for remark. So all those need to be taken into consideration. So even though we are releasing the results now, the certificates now, other certificates will still follow based on the supplementary exams and based on the mop-up. I don't know what happened. The technical people, is it done? Let me pass this. Is it done? Okay. No, not done yet. Not done yet. Not done yet. Can I go to one slide quickly there? Not here first. Let me go quickly there. I'll pass through that quickly. Let me pass that. Okay. Oh, not there. Oh. Yeah, no. I hope the chairperson will bear with me. Time is catching up with me. I just want to, but I'll summarize some of the slides quickly, colleagues. I just want to talk about, finalize the story of certificates. Certificates is very much important. If I can just finalize the story quickly. Oh, it's going opposite now. Colleagues, I think I can just deal with some of the slides, even though they're not going in order. This is a gazette that we spoke about internalization of level 2. It was approved by the minister. The minister understood that, indeed, if we have full control of level 2 and level 3, we may not delay in terms of the release of the results, because a lot of shortcomings are in level 2 and level 3. So these two levels, I don't think they are mature enough to become exit levels. The consequences of these, colleagues, is going to be certificates. You still get your statement of results, but you may not get level 2 certificate. The only certificate that is more important now is level 4. Level 4. You have to work towards level 4. The benefits to students, we will ask curriculum to develop a policy on, like the DB, the policy on progression and placement. What is the implication for students? Is that if you fail one subject and you are progressed to level 3, you don't need to be carrying that subject anymore. I hope you understand what I'm saying. You don't need to go back, because now in the current requirements that you need to have a level 2 certificate before you could be cleared to go to level 3. Even though you are there, you will not be recognized in level 3 until you get a certificate for level 2. But that's no longer necessary under internalization policy, meaning that the journey is for you to get level 4. Level 4 is more important now. So the hurdles to prevent you from going to level 4 are gradually being eliminated, so that you must get level 4. But colleagues, I'm presenting this so that you must not say that we met the department, we had a meeting, we don't see this thing when you see a gazette like this somewhere. So that you can say, okay, we were there in that meeting. Dr. Amaroka did show us this particular gazette. And then we explained the rationale. And then I have tried, last time I was in an academic conference of Safeta in the Eastern Cape, I tried to explain. If you look at what the DBE is doing, I'm not saying we must be like the DBE. The DBE has bent to accommodate students who are struggling. If you fail 2 subjects, the DBE is not going to keep you there. It's going to progress you and intervene. I hope you understand what I'm saying. It's not that situation where somebody just fail, until the students is in the street now. The DBE realized that, and it's a research. The more students fail and repeat, is the more they don't improve. They become worse. In fact, they end up leaving the school. And they end up leaving the institution, not just the TVET, but if you look at dropout rate at the universities, it's very high, because we don't have systems and processes in place to accommodate students who are struggling. And therefore, if you pass 4 out of 6, you're not the best students. You can be supported to pass all. So, and then I've spoken about irregularities. I'm just going to pass. Let me move. Yeah, these are the type of irregularities, colleagues, that happen. And I've also tried to explain them. The different categories of, for example, this category includes the irregularities that often or happen due to improper invigilation or lack of proper invigilation. Technical happen when an invigilator fails to adhere to requirements, improper invigilator corrects the ID or number of the candidate without the presence of the candidate. You see those things. Improper identification. Candidate intentionally or unintentionally writes the wrong ID number. I said to you, if you write the wrong ID number, it's going to impact on your resulting. It's going to impact on your certification. These are the irregularities that you need to deal with. So these are technical irregularities. They are corrected, and then if the invigilator can correct it, the students will be able to be resulted. It's not the same as the students who are cheating. So these kind of irregularities are technical, they can be resolved, and students will be resulted. Intervention. We have called the college deputy principals, the campus managers, to a meeting. And the total of 1,083 college officials attended 2-day workshop in 2024. In 2024, March, to train them on invigilation. Private colleges also attended. In 2025, we also conducted workshop from 18 February to 11 March, where we dealt with registration, delivery of question paper, stationery, capturing of ISET marks, and we emphasize the submission of marks on time. So colleagues, I think this is, I hope it's not the last slide, it is the last slide, but there's something that I wanted to, that I missed. Oh yeah, I missed the slide, which is summarizing. Examinations has got its own shortcomings as well. You know, in life, you've got to have a strategic retreat and identify your weaknesses and improve. In April 2025, the examination was approved by Umalusi. The results were approved by Umalusi Council. And Umalusi Council congratulated the DED for conducting a successful examination, the April exam. And then the number of serious irregularities in the April exam were reduced significantly. And that's what I said. A credible exam is an exam that has got limited irregularities. Umalusi was provided with improvement plan for us to improve. We submitted on time. And then Umalusi also requested us to submit improvement plan. We did that. And then we speak about the CET results. But this particular part of the Gazette is what I was speaking about, to say internalization of level 2, to say we have to discuss it when you have time, but you will see in the future what it will do to students, so that the students must move. We must, you see, I'm not saying we must be like DBE, but the DBE does not, is no longer, you know, make students to stay in grade 10, grade 11. They don't stay there. Yeah? They are being moved up, not pushed up, but then there's an intervention to make sure that they perform very well. And that strategy has worked because they're obtaining 80%. So it works. The person that was supposed to repeat is pushed to matric, and that students pass. You know, what would have happened if the students was allowed to repeat? Could have been destroyed. But they decided to come up with extra classes to help that particular students. You see the point? Workshop of lecturers, teachers. So I'm saying, and I'm appealing to the colleges, let's work together with institutions so that we must have extra classes for the students that have been earmarked as in danger of failing, or those that have been progressed to the next level, so that we can help them to pass the exit level. We also need to get 80% pass rate in level 4. And I will indicate to you, if you look at the performance, if I can look at the analysis of the results, level 4 results, students are passing there. If you go to level 3 results, they're passing there, but go to level 4. So we don't want to focus external examination at the wrong levels. We must make sure that the pass improves at level 4. Because at level 4, when you have that certificate, you can go to the university. You know, it opens you the doors. Unlike level 2, level 2 certificate can become a cul-de-sac of some sort where you don't know where to go. It's different from N2. If you have got N2, you can go and enter trade school and be an artisan. But the NCV level 2 is a cul-de-sac. Level 3 is also a cul-de-sac. The only one which opens the door is level 4. So we've got to work hard towards achieving level 4, colleagues. And that's what I'm appealing to the college communities to say, let's make sure that we intervene at level 2, level 3. And let's have more students. You see that the total that I've shown you, 133 students. Colleagues, it's not, I mean, it's for those 133 for 3 levels. I would be happy that we have 133 at level 4. Do you hear what I'm saying, colleagues? Yes. At level 4, not at level 2, level 3, and level 4. So let's work towards increasing the population that participate at NQF level 4. Just like Matric. Matric, they're proud themselves to say, this year we have the biggest cohort. We want to say that, to say at level 4 now, we've got the biggest cohort now. That's how we measure what we consider to be access to quality education. What is access to quality education? It's when you certificate the majority of the candidates, especially those who come from the poor communities, then you can measure your success. But when they don't get certificates, how do you measure success? Okay, without any waste of time, Chair, I think I've come to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. So blessed. Let's give him another good round of applause. You see, once we allow you to do it again, you will think it's normal. Eh? do not have the right to heckle as a presenter of stage. Ne? Don't think it's normal. It's not normal. You don't have any other business in East London except being here. You are not in a hurry to go anywhere. Don't ever do it. Let's give Dr. Ramoroko a good round of applause. There are a lot of things. You see, exams, Doc, they will be impatient with you. Once you leave, they will have a lot of questions about question papers, certificate. You see, they were impatient when we were talking about the most important part, certification. And a lot of them have a lot of questions around that. But they were not willing to listen to the presentation. So let's learn to listen. Colleagues, there's someone who lost their charge, their cable, a C-type. No, you don't deserve it. And it's yours, John. I'll keep it here. No, he knows. I just, well, your principal is here. I will not mention what I just did to you now. No kumenge, babali. So I'll keep it here. So colleagues, without any waste of time, if we can project the next presentation, the one on curriculum. I hope you have dotted your questions down here, so that we will then work. Let's welcome Ms. Ngogaitobi. She's in the department as well. We belong to the same Chief Directorate of Programs and Qualifications. The program says Mr. Vele, but Mr. Vele said, I'll deploy Ms. Ngogaitobi to come and do. I know she's very, with time, she's very fast. So let's give Ms. Ngogaitobi a good round of applause. Bigger than that, colleagues, bigger than that.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Program Director, I am not going to waste much time. I will also just acknowledge a protocol as it was set earlier on, but a special greetings to the leadership of SATFETA and thank them for allowing student leadership to excel the way that it has. And also, if I may just stand here. I'm not sure if the stand works for me. Colleagues, I'm not going to waste time. My name is Brenda Ngogaitobi. As Program Director has already said, I come from the Curriculum Development and Support in the TVET branch. I am going to share a few things on the transformation of the curriculum, what has happened, what is happening, and what is coming in the future. That's all, so that you know, and even when we are talking back to your constituencies, you can advise them accordingly with information that is firsthand. Okay. First of all, just to quickly understand what EE programs, qualifications, mixed year TVET colleges is, we have the first pathway where a student or a potential student has a grade 9 to a grade 11. Where would they go and where would they fit into the TVET sector? They would go into NCV, we already know that. And those who don't necessarily have the requirements may also go to pre-vocational education, which is a PLP program. It is not a program, you don't go and apply for PLP, but during your application at the TVET college for a particular program, should the college feel that you don't meet the necessary requirements, they can recommend that you go through the PLP route so that you can improve on the subjects that you need improvement on, such as your mathematics and your sciences, if you are going to be going into the engineering. Where do you progress from the NCV? You can progress into the higher occupational qualifications at NQF level 5. You can progress into the higher education and qualification sub-framework in collaboration with universities of technology. Some of the TVET colleges do collaborate with universities or universities of technology, and in that way you are able to access that higher certificate. Okay, or you can go into occupational diploma, which is at NQF6, which falls under the occupational qualifications framework, or you can do the advanced certificate or diploma at N6, once again in collaboration with UOTs. Pathway number 2, again, if you have a grade 9 or to grade 11, you can also do a national occupational certificate at NQF level 4 in the artisanal trades. Okay, if you want to be an artisan, there's quite a lot of trades that we are currently that are being developed by the QCTO that we are approving as the department. And one of the greatest news is that since 2024, we now are moving towards getting the minister to approve and to fund more of the occupational qualifications than your pre-2009 or legacy qualifications. That means now you can go to a TVET college and apply for an occupational program that is ministerially funded, provided that college does offer that qualification, okay? All right, or currently we have also phased out N1 to N3, or we're in the process of phasing out N1 to N3, which would have taken you to higher occupational certificate in QF level 5. This is specifically just for artisanal trades. If you want to be an artisan, and we say it's cool to be an artisan in the 21st century, and I know that is August month, it's coming soon for TVET month. Pathway 3, if you have a grade 12 or a national senior certificate, you can go into a TVET college, do NATED N4, do your 18 months there, 18 months of experiential learning, and then that becomes a diploma. Virtue of you completing N4, N5, and N6 does not automatically give you a diploma, but you have to complete the 18 months so that you get a diploma. Okay, and then what is the purpose? It is to place you at least at the advantage of mid-level skills or articulation into vocational higher education. One thing I also almost forgot about NCV. Once you have NCV level 4, you can, just like a grade 12 student, go and apply at a university with your NCV level 4. Okay, and then back on pathway 3, then if you have completed your NATED, you can go into occupational diploma in QF6 or your advanced certificate diploma. Okay, what is the role of the Department of Higher Education in the education or the TVET education system? One, it is to make sure that we plan the TVET system across, we have 50 TVET colleges, 294 campuses across 6 regions. Okay, 2, it is to provide strategic direction to the TVET sector in pursuance of country's objectives and aspirations. I will speak shortly about that. You will remember that our core mandate and business, as much as we're an institution of learning, but our core is to also advance the objectives of skills development within the country. Okay. And then we ensure legislation, regulations, policies, guidelines are in place to enable for the skills development in the country. Those same policies, legislations, and guidelines that we share with the TVET institutions so that they can also form their own, so that it is easier for a potential student or an existing student to be at the TVET college and to have less hindrances whilst they are pursuing their studies. Ensure systems are in place for supporting and monitoring of quality teaching and learning. The department does not do the teaching and learning, but we make sure that there is teaching and learning planning that is there, or a system that is there for monitoring of that quality teaching and learning. And then ensure funding mechanisms are in place to support skills development and quality teaching and learning. I will not repeat myself. I have just made mention of the fact that the occupational qualifications are currently being funded by the minister. And I can also proudly say that we have seen quite a change in the programs that are being picked by the colleges now. I mean, we have a college that applied for Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, solar, photovoltaic installer, what is this, cloud administrator. the in things that you can now go to a public TVET college, apply for, and the minister will, through the NSFAS, pay for. Okay, so that is how we make sure that there are funding mechanisms that are in place so that you can access education. Okay, and then what is the role of the institutions, which is where you are, the actual TVET institutions, Buffalo City TVET. What is the role of Buffalo City TVET as an institution? One, it is to offer the programs and qualifications to develop mid-level skills, values, and attitudes required by the economy and society. So what this then says is what most of the speakers have been talking about, that we are now looking at occupations and qualifications, or programs and qualifications that are demand-led. So we don't supply if there is no demand. But where will we know when there is a demand? We will know through the engagements with the partners, the stakeholders, such as your industry. Okay, and then ensure institutional policies, procedures, plans, processes, structures, resources, etc. are in place to support quality teaching and learning. I've already spoken to that. Buffalo City has got all the powers on its own. Now I'm making an example when I'm saying Buffalo City. Don't think Motewa doesn't have, Orbit doesn't have, Western Cape something doesn't have. We have got all the powers to take the policies that are developed at the national level, to take those policies and make them fit for purpose for the environment in which Buffalo City is working under. Okay, so Buffalo City does not have to depend on the department to determine its own admission policy. Who do we admit? At what point do we admit them? And what requirements do they need to fulfill so that we can admit them? Okay, and that is where you fall as the student leadership, because you become part of the voices of your peers on the development of policies, okay? And then they also have to make sure that they engage with relevant industry to enable support for quality curriculum delivery, manage the development, alignment, and maintenance of programs qualification mix of a college, including material, resources. Someone was talking about the ICT hubs and how they may become the white elephants. And someone was talking about, sometimes you find that is a Qutula, no Qutula. Those who know what Qutula is, they will know. But as student leadership, you have a responsibility to protect and manage or assist the management to manage the resources, the material resources that you have at your college, so that generations to come, even after you, they can still benefit. Okay, what is happening currently? Everyone is talking about the phase out and teach out of N1 to N3. Yes, N1 to N3 is being phased out. That is your engineering. So where we are now, you see at my table, right at the end, NATED N3, trimester 2 of 2005 should be your first opportunity. You repeat again on trimester 3 of 2025. The last date of a national examination will be on the trimester 3 of 2025. So we are looking at now a complete teach out of N1 to N3. That means we will no longer be offering N1 to N3. All right. However, you see my last bullet that says N1 to N3 engineering skills programs are currently in place. Should a student need a special skill to move on to N4, such as mathematics or physical sciences, we have left those subjects, but they are not going to be certificated, but they will allow you to progress into N4 in the engineering field if you need mathematics. Angtini, understand? Okay. All right, in the space of occupational qualifications, what is currently happening, everyone has been talking about occupational qualifications. Sometimes we mix both vocational and occupational. Or we say occupational, when we talk about occupational, we talk about a qualification that is based on what the occupation is. So that means if I'm going to do hairdressing, I don't go and train in hairdressing, but I train as a hairdresser. If I'm going to do computer technician work, I don't go and train in a space where computer technicians train, but I train as a computer technician. So you will find that the qualifications in occupational qualification are occupation-based. If in the pre-2009, your report 191, I wanted to be a chef, I would have to go and do hospitality, which is a general qualification in hospitality. And then later on, I might be able to use catering theory or food preparation to venture into chefing. But currently, an occupational qualification, if I want to be a chef, I simply go and I acquire straight the skills of a chef. Okay, so what is happening in that space currently? 22 TVET colleges in 41 campuses were approved for funding to implement occupational qualifications for 2025. I will show you just now which were those qualifications. And most of the colleges applied to offer occupational qualifications in the 13 priority trades of centers of specialization. Those will be your electrical, those will be your bricklaying. The centers of specialization were a project, but are currently being mainstreamed, okay? So that means you can also now apply for those 13 priority trades as a ministerial program in a TVET college. And then applications received from 35 TVET colleges to offer occupational qualifications with 24 new occupational qualifications in 2026. These are the ones I was saying. I have been very proud to see at how now the programs that the colleges are starting to offer are moving away from your old school legacy qualifications and into the new thing and addressing the current shortages in terms of skills and that are scarce or occupations that are in high demand. Okay, and the diversity, okay, I've already said that, I'm not going to repeat myself. Okay, all right, these are the occupational qualifications that are currently out there that were funded for 2025. An occupational certificate, computer technician, which is 2 years, solar photovoltaic service technician, which is 2 years, solar photovoltaic standalone systems installer. Can you see? It's both solar photovoltaic, but that one is a service technician. And the second one, that is just an installer. That is someone who will go and just install a part, but in the solar photovoltaic field. Okay, and then higher occupational certificate, that is solar photovoltaic standalone service technician. Okay, that is big boss munch. And then we also approved occupational certificate early childhood development. You will also remember that we are phasing out EduCare. We are looking at the last exam date being June 2026. And then occupational qualification certificate chef level 5, it's a 3-year certificate and it is a trade. So you become an artisan as a chef. Okay, what are the conditions for approval? Occupational qualifications are approved for the duration of the accreditation period. So when we talk about accreditation period, QCTO will determine how long, what is the lifespan of a qualification. So if we are going to approve that qualification, we must look at the lifespan of the qualification. How many cohorts can this qualification take before it expires? Because these qualifications will expire. They are given at least 5 years. What that does is it allows the qualification to live for as long as it is needed, instead of just being there like we have been having. We have had qualifications from 1987. Don't ask me how old I was then. But what this does now allows us to go back and revise. Do we still need this qualification in the way that it is structured? If yes, continue. If no, we don't continue with it. But what should then inform that it is our research as TVET colleges, you do what you call PQM, some of you are council members, so that means you sit in academic board meetings, you also sit as a council and take decisions on whether or not your college does need a certain qualification. And then you go and you inform us, because we'll have done your research with the industry as well as all the necessary legislative work. Okay, all right, that's what I was saying. NCV programs rationalization, there is now a belief around that says we are also phasing out NCV. We are not phasing out NCV, we are rationalizing NCV. What then does that mean? It means we have identified and we will keep on identifying those NCV programs that are not aligned to organizing framework for occupations. What is that? It is a framework that monitors the supply demand of a qualification. So it will tell us, or it will advise us, if a qualification is no longer in demand and maybe we should relook it. And those are the qualifications that are listed there, or NCV programs that are listed there. Your FEA, Finance, Economics and Accounting, your Education and Development. Your FEA is currently, what is the term? Substituted by Occupational Certificate Bookkeeper. Your Education and Development, we have ECDP level 4. Management, we have irrelevant occupational higher certificate, as well as which is at NQF levels 5 and 6. Marketing is the same. Office administration is the same. Process plant operations, we have various metal manufacturing processes. Your paper process controller, your pulp process controller, as well as your production process controller, all for the duration of 2 years. So you can go and choose from those if you feel the NCV qualification that you are interested in is now being rationalized, but there is something in place for you to go and choose from, which is more current, more responsive, and more and demanded better outside. Okay. Then on the national diploma, I think I have already touched on this, but I'm going to just quickly talk to it. On the national diploma, and this includes N4 to N6, there is a gazette that came out from by QCTO under SAQA Act 1995 for those pre-2009 qualifications, any qualification that was there before 2009, that they are being discontinued. So what that directive said at the time was that by June 2024, we should not be having any N4 to N6, but then it extended that to say at least by 2027. So what it means is we are slowly phasing out Report 191, but 2027, there will be no NATED. But can you see the work that has already been done to make sure that there is something that is responsive and that is relevant, so that should Lamanqamu come, then the system has evolved. Okay, the DHET and QCTO have already started. Also, our teach out will then happen after possibly until 2029 to 2030. So that means in 2027, Lamanqam, and then we will teach out slowly by 2029, 2030, then we will be done. That is, teaching out means those who are already in the system must also be assisted so that they can exit the system. Okay. National and diploma changes, the integration of civic, I believe that Higher Health is going to do a presentation on the qualification that they have, which is 60 credits, that has been embedded within NCV currently, but is also being planned to be embedded in Report 191. You are going to ask yourselves, if you are phasing out Report 191, why are you still bothering putting in the Higher Health qualification, which speaks to cover 8 learning areas: your civics and peer education, financial literacy, gender education, mental health, disability, comprehensive sexuality education, substance abuse and resilience, and climate change. Why are you bothering? You are going to ask yourselves. We should bother because at least the 3 cohorts of students who still have an opportunity will get to be exposed and benefit from the higher health certificate. Okay, and that is funded through higher health. Okay, what are the, keep that in mind, né? So how do we envisage this to happen? Currently, you sit for 18 months for your knowledge, if you are doing report 191, and then you go for 18 months experiential learning, and then you exit the system, you get your diploma. But the proposal is that you sit for 18 months knowledge, you sit for 12 months for experiential learning, and then you sit for the rest of, or the remainder, the 6 months, to do your 60 credits of your higher health certificate in those 8 areas that I mentioned earlier. And then you go into experiential learning and you get your diploma. So your diploma will have those 8 areas that higher health is currently funding. Same as the engineering studies. And thank you, I'm done, I told you.
Okay. Let's do better than that. Okay, we are going to I want to say this in Xhosa. Okay, let me just say it. Because I've been asked to be in charge for the day, I have the authority to change the program as I see it fit. Okay, now we are settled. I'm now going to ask Dr. Pete. My apologies if I mispronounce your surname. I want to go to it now. Dr. Pete, yes, who is the CEO of Africa Civic Education Foundation. So you must listen attentively. You looked very nice when they donated those beautiful t-shirts, and we are appreciative of that, Dr. Pete. I know Savetsa contacted you very late, but you came through. I've already shared with the Savetsa provincial chairs and secretaries. I've shared the presentations. Please share them with the SRCs. All the 3 presentations the 2 that have been made, including this one, I've shared with them. Please share with the SRCs. To my regional colleagues, I've shared them with you as well. Please share with the SSS managers. Now, colleagues, may I now call on the CEO, Dr. Peter, to come and do a presentation. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Thank you, Baba Sonti. Colleagues, let me start by acknowledging the minister. That is Ungu, the acting DG, the DDG of our Tibet function in the DHET, as well as the officials from the DHET. Safetsa leadership, Mama Chokwe, we appreciate you. Thanks for staying committed to cultivating the future and the destiny of our young people. The principal of Buffalo City, Tibet CGC, SAPCO, colleagues, all the SRC, everyone else, Thank you so much. Dumelang, good afternoon. Allow me to really recognize the work that was represented by the march that we embarked on yesterday in the name of trying to combat this sketch, the sketch of GBVF, which is really contradicting the order of life that we all deserve. And I'm standing here, really, colleagues, and we are gathered here in this important month, the month which is the Mandela month. And on this Mandela Day, I really have to say that the sketch that we are facing in the name of GBVF, it is really a serious contradiction of what Utata Mandela has stood for. And it's worth really doing everything that we can to get rid of this trouble in the fiber of human life. At Africa Civic Education Foundation, the name that actually also signifies the work that we do in terms of matters of civic education. At the center of it is a program that we have developed, a very comprehensive program that is purposed to contribute to the national endeavors of combating this scourge. Let me start here, colleagues, and building on what we have done yesterday in terms of the march. Allow me to really remind everyone and say that that march was not a march that lingers without reason and purpose, because I really have to start here and say this problem called GBVF is not a narrative. It's a reality. If we have to really look without taking much time into matters of stats, it cannot be normal that, according to United Nations research and monitoring activities, it cannot be normal that over 140 women and girls get killed every day. It cannot be normal. It cannot be normal that globally around 736 women were subjected to physical and sexual violence in the year of this report, which was in 2023. It cannot be normal. Colleagues, if 16% of young women between the ages of 15 and 24 were subjected to this kind of violence in terms of sexual violence, then it means we have a problem. If 10% of all the GBV cases in the country is attributable and attributed to the PSET sector, it means we have a problem. Colleagues, if we still have a situation where women are not sure whether as I go out, I'll come back home alive, then it means we have a problem. If we have to go into the workplaces and get to a point where, in order for a young woman to proceed on matters of life, a certain man has to say, sacrifice yourself first before you can proceed, it means we have a problem. And it is for this reason that I so appreciate the work that was signified in the march that we embarked on yesterday. In South Africa, because that was the United Nations research. In South Africa, between October and December 2024, and this was the report by South African Police Service, 14,973, a total of 14,973 sexual offenses cases were registered, which include 11,803 rape cases, 2,188 sexual assault cases, and 714 attempted sexual offenses cases between October, December 2024. It means we have a problem. So, Safeza, your spirit that really cries out to the nation to say something must be done, it is not lingering without context, and it's not lingering without reason. We have a problem. Let me quickly articulate and say, let's contextualize and say, what is this problem and how does it really manifest? The context are as summarized on the presentation. We have this problem manifesting in the general context of life. Women do not find it easy. Children do not find it easy to go out and come back while still enjoying the dignity, and some do not even come back alive. That is the general context of life, number one. Number two, intimate relationships and family context. Colleagues, every day, you know, it's so worrying that a day going by without hearing a report on a GBV case is like it's not a normal day. That means we have a problem in the intimate relationships and family context, where even children suffer the consequences of even the misunderstanding and the spiritual derailment of their parents. We have a problem. And we go into the workplace, as I said, where women, young women, get to a point of having to sacrifice themselves in order to get what they deserve. I'm talking about sexual harassment. We have a problem. And this is what informs the program that I'm sharing with you this afternoon. I'm talking about a problem that manifests through physical abuse, through emotional and psychological abuse. I wish I had time to articulate all these things, but then also materialistic abuse. Let me talk about materialistic abuse a little bit. Colleagues, abusers are, and I'm just giving one example. Abusers are very creative in contaminating even what is divine. They are very creative in contaminating what is divine. And this is what they would say. Nowadays, you come across men with deep pockets and luxury cars, and they chase after young women and they say to her, I want to bless you. And what they are not telling as a true story is, I want to abuse you. Colleagues, we have to start somewhere. Because for me, Mr. Sondi, if we have to agree with somebody who calls himself a blesser, then we have to start by saying, what is a blessing? And the last time I checked the word blessing in a dictionary and in all the books of honor, they told me that a blessing comes with grace, but not with, through a trade-off. So immediately it comes with a trade-off. You give me this, I give you that. It means it's not a blessing. It's a sugar-coated abuse. So anyone, therefore, I dare anyone who would want to continue calling themselves a blesser, come, let's argue, let's reason, and begin by saying what is a blessing. Because that is a sugar-coated context of abuse that is destroying many of our young women and children. And it cannot be normal. So this is the kind of information that is contained and articulated and advocated for in the program that I'm talking about this afternoon. Colleagues, our program and your passion for a mitigation solution against GBVF is not without context. And Safeza, I want to applaud you, but also share this snippet of a policy framework with you, which will continue to inspire your reason for advocating for change in this context. Our Constitution advocates for equal human rights. Let me be as simple as that. But the National Development Plan Priority Number 6 speaks about social order and safe communities. We cannot achieve social order and safe communities as long as GBVF is still part of us. We cannot. We cannot achieve a better Africa in the world as long as GBVF is still part of human life. According to the National Strategic Plan in the DHEAD, Mama Ngogetovi, Strategic Plan 2020-2025. That strategic plan promotes evidence-based prevention and intervention programs targeting individual communities and even various societal structures. So your pursuit of answers and solutions in terms of GBV are not without context. The strategic, the other one, I swapped them the other way around. But the other one is the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, which I articulated. So the Strat Plan of the DHEAD 2020-2025 seeks to achieve improved teaching and learning in suitable environments in the PSET sector and improved safe and healthy environments for students and staff. The DHEAD Policy Objective 2, prevention, awareness through comprehensive prevention preventative programs against GBVF in the PZ sector. So this is the summary of the policy context in South Africa. So therefore, we are at a point where, Mama Ngweketo, we are not at a point where we are still seeking a policy framework. We are at a point where we need to articulate the policy provisions into actions. I agree with one word which was shared yesterday in the submission, Mama Chokwe, to say we need a coordinated approach. So the policy is there, the policy direction is there, we need a coordinated approach to mitigate this problem and deal with it once and for all. When I interpreted the march of yesterday and when I continue to look around and see what is happening, I have no choice but to settle that we are facing a struggle, a new struggle. Comrades, every time we say Amanda and we say our way to, for me and to me, part of that is that we want to retain our power. And that is the power of social order and social harmony. And this is what is being contradicted and undermined by the schedule of GBVF. Let me say this to the sitting this afternoon. The safety and the peace of the world is ideally not supposed to begin with physical protection of women and children. It has to begin with orientating social norms to be supportive of human rights and with socializing boys and men to be humane in spirit and decent in character. So in other words, for a long-term solution against the GBVF, that the principle is not in us getting a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of policing, a lot of structural resources, investments to make the world what it's supposed to be. It begins with us seeking to cultivate a human order which is humane in spirit and decent in character and in conduct. So in other words, for us to enjoy human dignity, we have to start by choosing to be human beings first. It's got to start there. But indeed, because this is a problem which speaks to the need for programs, yes, physical resources will have to be invested in the process. Let me share with you the structure and the nuggets of the civic education program that we have developed and we are currently offering. We are currently offering this program to a number of TVET colleges, to more than 20,000 students actually, and employees. We are doing this program with Capricorn TVET in Polokwane. We are now set to do it with Vembe, with Skukune, with Orbit in the Northwest, with Muteo, with Flavius Mareka, and with Tshwane North College, funded by some of our SETAs. I have to appreciate the services SETA and the wholesale and retail SETA for funding this program. Colleagues, when we sat down as an organization and sought to develop a program, we said to ourselves, we need to develop a program which is informed by the reality of the problem and the factors around it. Number two, a program which is then focused on the problem and the factors around it, so that this program ultimately can be purposeful and responsive. We need solid, focused programs to deal with this problem. And we are happy, while we continue to improve our program, we are happy that we started at the right place to say we need a program which is informed, focused, and therefore responsive or purposeful. How do we offer our program? We are offering educational workshops, employee induction packs, we're offering educational campaigns, and we distribute educational material. My team, I would like my team to share some of the examples of materials that we are using, because we are not offering just a theoretical program without material. We have developed proprietary material which is so focused, detailed on the problem and its factors. And I would like my team to share some of these examples with you for reference. This is how the program is structured. Mr. Sonti. It begins with focusing and articulating the reality of the problem, GBVF itself. So in other words, we begin to say, but what is this problem? What is GBVF? How does it manifest? And how to notice when you are in danger and how to even respond so that you remain safe. You know, here is a reality, principle. Unless we start here by saying, what is this problem? Two things are possible. Either we are going to get to a point where we begin to wake up and say, indeed, we have a problem. Every day we hear these problems and the incidences, we are going to say, yeah, indeed, we have a problem. But there's another possibility on the negative side of things. There's a possibility that when this problem happens every day, we might become desensitized and get used to the problem to the extent where when you hear about an incident of abuse and violence, then it's like you hear another piece of news and then you move forward. So we start here so that our people can understand and know what is this problem, what is this animal, the shape of the animal, and how does it manifest, so that people can now reposition ourselves emotionally and spiritually to say, I don't want to be the cause of the problem, but also to be safe when tendencies of abuse happen to get closer to you. Module number 2, Ubuntu. Allow me to say this. For me, if we would go back to that place that is called Ubuntu, I am sure, I'm convinced that 90% of this problem called GBVF will go away. I'm not oblivious, I'm not ignorant of the other factors that pertain to this problem, but I'm sure it is only after somebody would have lost their sense of Ubuntu that they could choose to do the things that are done to our women and children. It's only when you would have lost your Ubuntu. Because I believe, even if I would be beset by some level of mental health challenges, Ubuntu will always come and whisper and say, you have a problem, but you are still a human being. You cannot opt to do this. Module number 3, purposeful human coexistence, especially including intimate relationships. We outline and we address, unpack this context of a subject of intimate relationships, because this is where it's manifesting. Psychosocial health, which includes matters of spiritual health, emotional health, social health, and also mental health. These are elements or pillars of psychosocial health, which we believe are very important also as contributing pillars to the virtue of Ubuntu, because without these pillars, without having the spiritual intelligence to know what are my principles of life and what is my purpose in life, you are not going to be able to live with other people with consideration and harmony. Without the emotional health, which is about being conscious about how your conceptions, your thought, and your actions stand to affect other people, you are not going to be a normal human being. And without being a social being which believes and understands that you are part of this human race and human life, you cannot be a dependable and reliable person. And without mental health, which is about your emotions and your mental stability, we will always have challenges when we are beset by challenges and then we opt to do what is not normal for the normal order of human life. And we also include address matters of alcohol and substance abuse and misuse, but we also address matters of human and children trafficking. So this is the scope of the anti-GBVF and the social order civic education program that we are offering and we are currently rolling out in your sector. And thank you so very much as a sector for receiving this program. I know that we haven't touched everyone. Some of you are only seeing this for the first time today, but you are part of the sector, hence I really have to say thank you so much. Colleagues, let me touch on, yeah, Angitilina, you are not used to be thankful in the process. You are used to be thankful in the end. you know. Colleagues, out of those modules, allow me to just touch on this one. And hence we have developed this hashtag, I am Ubuntu, so that every person will always have to carry this in their mind, their spirit and soul, and remind themselves that I am a human being. The question that we are not able to leave behind as ASAF is whether we are still true humans. When all these cases happen, all these inhumanities happen against our people, especially women and children, my question is, are we still true humans, or are we trying to maybe reconstruct and recreate ourselves? Because I will really have to say that problems will always come and perhaps sometimes take all of us and some of us. The coronavirus, the coronavirus can come and kill many of us. But let me say, but the most tragic cause of human destruction is going to be when we as humankind, we allow ourselves to cease to be the people that we were created to be. And therefore, we allow ourselves as humankind to eat and devour our own children. That is when it will be done and finished with human race. So the bigger problem is not when coronavirus comes. The problem is not only when, and I'm saying only when, floods and fires would come. But the biggest problem is when we stop and we cease to be the humans that we were created to be. And ultimately, humankind allow herself to devour her own children. That is not the Mandela spirit. So, hence the question, are we still true humans? Therefore, if there is one place, as I said, that humanity has abandoned and we continue to abandon, but to our own detriment, that is the place called Ubuntu, and that is the place that we have got no choice but to go back to. We have to go back to that place called Ubuntu. I touched on these matters of psychosocial health, so I would not take time on this one. Colleagues, let me speak about quickly the power of perspective and attitude. Why do some men do the things that they do? The problem begins here. The way you view life is the way you will affect life. The way you perceive women and children, that is how you will affect them. There's no otherwise. And here is where the problem begins. Men lose their true humanness when they see women as inferior humans. And that is when they see women as objects of lustful discretion and use. And that is when a man looks at women, and he sees in them bodies before seeing humans. And this man looks at a woman and he sees only gender before seeing a soul to be appreciated. So in other words, when a woman were to enter that door, that man, before he sees a human being coming, he's going to see a body coming in. And before this man sees a soul to be appreciated, he sees the gender. That is where the problem begins. Hence, some of these men, they even forget that a child is a child, and a child cannot be a child and an adult at the same time. This is where the problem begins. Colleagues, without morality, moral values, and ethical standards, life will be without boundaries. Without morality, life will be without boundaries. Because moral values are societal standards that guide human character and are revered as acceptable ways of life in society. And this is where it becomes important. Moral values build individual personal character first. And when the personal character is humane and is intact, then it elevates you, it elevates itself to societal culture. And it is with societal culture that then we achieve peace and social harmony, which comes with individual and societal conviction about what is normal, what is not normal, what is humane, and what is right and what is wrong. So with morality comes the building of individual character, then societal culture, then the outcome is social harmony and social order. So this is the structure of what I'm trying to articulate. Colleagues, here are a few of the moral values that we promote as ASAF. Patriotism is about loving your country. Mechokwe, I cannot love my country but hate her people. I cannot love South Africa but hate South African and hate the children of this soil called South Africa. It's not possible. It's about being a responsible citizen, that you can be a dependable person and human being. It comes with humility, which does not matter of your position. And as I talk about position, allow me to remind, and I'm going to be a little harsh here, but let me start it softly. Colleagues, the reason things go the way they are in some context is because we do not know what we have to run away from. You know, you cannot run to a place of safety unless you know what you are running away from. And here is something that we have to seek after running away from if we are to be dependable people. In the workplace, we have to be afraid to become small persons in big positions. When I read and I hear about a man who said to a young woman, before you can pass here, sacrifice yourself, that tells me that we have a small person in a big position. Life is a very big mission and it needs very big people to occupy it. If a child is to be abused by somebody called a father, it means we've got somebody very small in a big position called a father. I heard about incidents where, and I don't know where this is happening, but research says, unfortunately, in the PSET sector, we have experienced or been affected by incidents of young women abused by the very people that are supposed to protect them. And that comes with no other effect than to remind me that it means we still have small persons in big positions. And this is not a matter of just criticizing people. It's a matter of reminding ourselves, especially allow me to say, being a public servant, for me, it's about deployment, but not only employment. Isn't it that deployment is about the tumamina sent me? Because employment ends with a salary, but deployment ends with impact and affecting other people positively. Therefore, the contradiction that you are sitting with here in this country is, indeed, even in the public sector, many people, especially men, they have said yes to Tumamina by words that they said and they continue to say Tumamina, but by actions, they continue to say, no, I cannot be trusted. By words that they continue to say Tumamina, Romana, but by actions, they continue to say, no, I cannot be trusted. Bring your child here, I'm going to abuse her. That's what their actions say. And this is the message that we are trying to share and cultivate in this beautiful country of ours, South Africa. We cannot afford to continue to have small persons in big positions. It's about self-control and it's about compassion. Colleagues, quickly towards the end, intimate relationships, because some of these things, even in terms of cases that affected this sector of ours, they happened in the context of intimate relationships. Now, here's my reminder, and this is our reminder as an organization. Intimate relationships are not only about you getting somebody into your life. You must consider that it is also about you getting yourself into the other person's life. So as a man, it's not only about getting a woman into your life. It's also about you getting yourself into her life. And the question is, what package are you taking into her life? Because otherwise, by words, you're going to continue to lie and say, I want to love you, but the actions are going to say, I have come to destroy you. So, the problem then begins when a man marries a woman, but in his understanding, it's about buying a property to come and control, as opposed to marrying a partner to come and collaborate with. Marriage and intimate relationships is not about power, it's about purpose. It is not about dominance, it's about partnership. And it's not about egos, it's about shared humility. This is the message that we continue to cultivate in our program. Colleagues, all what I'm saying here is that in the context of the abuse against women and children, I'm trying to remind South Africa that women's rights are human rights. Children's rights are human rights. If men have the right to life, then women and children have the right to life. If men have the right to personal dignity, then women and children have got the right to personal and bodily dignity. Here is something that both men and women have to consider. Human rights are not only about the rights that we are supposed to enjoy. Human rights are also about the things that we do not have the right to, including affecting other people. Therefore, human rights are not complete until they are also about the things that we do not have the right to do, especially to others. Therefore, the right that the man wants to enjoy, it is the same right that the woman needs to enjoy. The same right that the woman needs to enjoy, she must know it is the same right that the man needs to enjoy. I cannot expect human dignity from somebody and I do not want to share the same dignity to another person. It goes both ways. Therefore, human rights are also about the things that we do not have the right to do, and that is to abuse other people, whether a man or a woman. Colleagues, as I conclude, therefore, this is just a nugget of what I shared with you is just a nugget of our program. But allow me to say, and I'm saying this on behalf of ASF, on behalf of SAFEZA, on behalf of all of us. My call and our call is, let our students go let our students go into our institutional places and places of learning alive with dignity and return alive with their dignity intact. Let me do justice and read it. Let them go to our institutional institutions alive with their dignity and return alive with their dignity still intact. On that note, colleagues, on that note, as I thank you for your response, because this tells me that we are sharing the same understanding of what life is supposed to be. We have an opportunity as an organization to train more TVET colleges on the program. And therefore, Safeza and everyone are making a commitment as I stand here. If you were to say to me, come back next week, come back next month to train even here, principal, here at Buffalo City College, we will come. If you say to us, there's a college somewhere in this province, come and offer the training, funding is there, we will come and do the training. Colleagues, thank you so very much as we go back to the place called Ubuntu.
Okay. Let's do it properly. Yeah, let's do it properly. To the good doctor, re a leboha. Re a leboha. You know, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, President, maybe this is something that you guys must think about. You know, on that day when I know higher health is what you call mentalities, né? They have a program on mentalities. Maybe a collaboration between higher health, Savetsa, and invite the good doctor as well and his team might be a good one. Maybe also provincial chair. I know KZN and you have also established at your college. We have what we call is buyers amadodane. So where a group of young men from within the sector meet and discuss some of the issues. I think there's a need to have such powerful messages, Doctor. Repeat, you know, it's good that a lot of people are watching it, but it's more impactful at a closer, much more controlled crowd. I think, Savetsa, you should think of, I'm just saying, when I'm here, Mr. Midir, I'm thinking that this could be a start of another Savetsa program. And how you either regionalize it or do it bigger at a national level, piggy bank on what higher health is already doing on mentalities and see how do we strengthen that and it becomes a joint. Let's give the good doctor a good round of applause again. Sikhukhuni. Siyabulela kakhulu Dr. Raleboha. Re a locha. Ra locha again, good medicine. I know in Tsonga we say rea cancer. You must not beat me for trying. Ne? Now, colleagues, lunch is ready. Ne? But this is how we are going to do lunch. The questions, note them. If for some strange reason we are unable to get the questions, we'll be able to connect you with the speakers, ne? So that you can be able to get all the questions that you require. I will request that all the college officials and DHET and them, you go and have lunch where you normally have lunch. Ne? Students are remain seated because they are giving you, what do they call these things? Packs. They'll just service you while you are sitting there. Ne? But all the colleagues, please go to where you are having lunch. Let's do it very quickly, colleagues. What's the time now? Yeah. Okay, colleagues, the time in the Chaban. The time is 2:30. Ne? We are coming back at 3:15. 3:15, we are coming back.
testing. Okay.
Hey, yo, hold
yo.
on. You know
Yeah.
it's SMG in the building. You know it's Suska Young in the building.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey.
you know
Hey.
it's SMG
Hey.
in the building. Hey, you know it's Suska Young in the building. Yeah, 2025, this is my year. Yeah, 2025, this is my year. Let's go. 2025, this is my year. Let's go. 2025, this is my year.
My yeah, and when I pull out the
Okay,
chopper,
okay.
I'm doing my own thing. I don't really play with the
Okay,
haters.
let's go.
SMT, get the money.
Oscar
Everybody
Young,
know it's
SMT.
me. Man, I'm lit just like that. Everybody's
Okay,
SMT.
okay.
Yeah. 2025,
this is my year. Let's go. 2025, this is my year. Let's go. 2025, this is my year.
Okay.
Sing along. Let's go. Yeah.
Make some noise in the
2025,
building.
this is
Yeah. Make some noise in the building. Okay. Crashing like a plane in the building.
Go.
Okay. Crashing like Ifura in the building. Shayis karakara yabona ndiyabasi.
Oh.
Ungazodlala nami phazi ndinazo ndasicela. Where I trap better still, I'll be trapping
Okay.
like I'm blue. SMT, man, I call it, everybody knows me.
I'ma take it to the top, nigga. I'ma roll it like a rolling shit, nigga. I'm the one, get the gun, pull the trigger. I'm the one, yeah, the people gonna know my name. Oscar Young, SMG, we're gonna take it to the top.
2025, this is my year.
Yeah, 2025, this is my year. 2025, this is my year. Okay, 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 2025, this is my year.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Play the next one.
Play next one.
Play the next one. Hey. Yeah. Tano olungaka. Volume. If you know the crowd, volume up. Tano olungaka. Oh, yeah. Oh, please, baby, please don't hurt me. Oh, please, yeah, baby, please don't play me. Baby, telungani lahi. Uchindi ngumchita tani lali. Ungani lahi. Baby, please don't break me. Girl, you drive me crazy. Hitting miles to 180. Moving fast, you moving like a Fast and Furious movie. She a baddie, call me daddy. Yes, she acting bougie. Keep it up, please don't break me up. Or you be mad with a city boy me. Taking shots like an SMG. Dead is a love boy me. Back on the streets, I'm pushing my game. Shooting my shot, what's born with the aim. Catching these bodies and catching our way. And catching I do okay. Who think I no way. Get me the bag is away. Chill with this shimmer, I brag about her. Think she know that shit the one I prefer. Boy, can't pick out another stir. Peter not kidding, shut it can burn. Chill with this shimmer, I brag about her. Think she know that shit the one I prefer. Boy, can't pick out another stir. Peter not kidding, shut it can burn. Do you think that we are moving too fast? No way. See, I'm gonna get paid. Uchi, I hear neres. Get a clash, but not in the face. Shut it, go mess with this flow. Cholo, if we not let her. Little baby, don't play with my bro. Caress to hitting the dot. Spinning it legs like strum. Sliding that kitchen bad. Tell it I couldn't matar. Cause really I couldn't matar. Sha. Oh, please, baby, please don't hurt me. Oh, please, yeah, baby, please don't play me. Baby, pelungandi lahi.
SMG!
Uchindi ngumchito tandi lali. Ungandi lahi, baby, please don't break me. Girl, you drive me crazy, hitting miles to 180.
That's my nigga, SMG.
Fast, you moving like a Fast and Furious movie. She a baddie, call me daddy. Yeah, she acting bougie.
That's my nigga, SMG.
Yeah.
That's my nigga, SMG.
Yeah, what's up? Welcome in the building. Yeah. Diane in the building.
Hey, Whoa, yeah, okay, yeah. I jump in a bed today. I should have been no ego to see. Yeah, or some of the move. Yeah, I heard about you. I must be the sake. I'm showing you. I'm living enough for nobody to hold. I'm living enough for no regulars. A session of therapy session. I'm breathing. I want to free. I look at the food in my plate. Yeah, chasing out. I cannot play no games, bro. I'm deep in the pressure way. I didn't get paid for anxiety. I ain't a face in my school. I'm quitting. 2, 3, let's go. Hey, whoa! I tried to pass today. Hey, whoa! I should have been. Let's go. Hey, whoa! I tried to pass today. Let's go. Hey, whoa! This is my life and I'm making it small and I'm proud of myself. And once my head, I'll do it again and again. Yeah. What's next? Show me. Bring it on. Show me. Bring it on.
Okay,
show me
let's
I love
go.
you. That's true. I'll take on my heart for you. Everybody go fumble. Everybody say I'm humble. You don't know the alphabet. What do you already say? Anybody recognize me? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Hey, whoa. I should have been today. Hey, whoa. I should have been to go. Hey, whoa. Show me the path today. Let's go. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Let's go. Hey, whoa. I should have been a fan today. Let's go. Hey, whoa. I should have been today. Let's go. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Hey, yo. I love you guys so much. Autography. Okay. Hey, yo. All right, I just want to say thank you so much for the last time. I know it was amazing. Also, thank you. We love you. I really appreciate it. I love you.
Itrip ikhona nifuna itrip nifuna iswag nayifuna bayifuna dlala iswag apho mandlale iswag
Nanti phathwa ngapha.
so yini second
Swag.
yini
Ayiyo le.
ya yiyo crank the volume please iswag ikhona jump itrip ikhona iswag ikhona
Ikhona iswag.
icham yakhula nayo iparty is around the corner
Around the corner.
so vibe bicham the vibe
I'm a vibe.
upipe ukhona upipe
Pipe.
it's short don't forget your booze hey nazi went some of us go lose I never lose bengi bitch and booze and this boss same time and the force fethu phola fethu ngabuloqa misithuba fethu ngabuloqa yipart we at the groove no let me make a move step play I know she got moves a play and tell kind of moves hey she's so good bro she way too good I can't even tell that difference from the hood baby got the features that be making me go crazy I could call him Nani Klesha Fetu Andy Lens I don't even never thought her but she call me dad but she pretty and she yeah she tastes like candy yeah kulate la way the telling her when she thick la way coffee caliber mix la way better believe master
Let's go.
it's a corner it's like a corner it's Dakula now. The party is around the corner.
Around the corner.
So vibe. Bitch, I'm the vibe.
I'm a vibe.
Who pipe? Who corner pipe?
Corner pipe.
It's short. Don't forget it. That's the end. Some of us go lose. Hey, I'm back. Back again. We back. We back again. Yeah. Make some noise. We having fun here. Hey. Yo. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. I got an OnlyFans. That's where my OnlyFans. Give us see where you need a fan. Find she like she came from Japan. Buy the equipment, I don't need a pen. Let them see you hard like a pen. I got jumpy, you know she a 10. Euro time, the commitment. Let's go. 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 Show your actions who backfire. You going down while I'm going high and one number see what come with the 5 people arms and born the land. And the thing in the spawn the land. Panyakanga, thank God for this vision. Cause along with my ambition. SMG gotta go on the mission. I'ma blow up like a combustion. Hiroshima, carbon nation. Let's go, let's go. Feel right like a token, she wear like a swallow. I give him a go. I just show him the go. It's not a game, so many games with a band. My eye in the bed like I'm fed up, but one eye shot, I'm dreaming for the. Let's go. I believe I'm gonna get it. I got an OnlyFans. That's where my OnlyFans. If I see you, you need a fan. Try shit like she came from Japan. But I could, man, I don't need a pen. Let them see you hard like a pen. I got Chambi, you know she a 10. You want time to come and 10. I got an OnlyFans. That's where my OnlyFans. If I see you and you need a fan. Fight shit like she came from Japan. Okay. But the good man, I don't need a pen. Let's go. Let them see you hard like a pen. I got Chambi, you know she a 10. Euro time to come and 10. Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you, thank you. I see Bulele.
Put me on the beat so I can be like SMG. And I'll be rapping for all these people in front of me. Cause they know that I got the flow and I got the slick. Cause I'ma take it up and I'ma take it to the top. All of my niggas, they know that I'm gonna do it one day. I do this for the kids, I do it for my mama too. And all my family too. My brothers and sisters, they know that one day we gonna take it to the top. Take it to the top.
Skrrrra. Prrrra. Pa, pa, pa. Nikuti nonke, pa. Grrra. Pa, pa, pa. Kansiti pa itani, grrra. 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 Pa, pa, pa. Grrra. Grrra. Andi niva, let's go. What? Pa, pa, pa. Pa, pa, pa. Yeah, Nantana, guys. Love you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You want more? More? No, that's enough.
So what we are going to do is, thank you, ne? What we are going to do is very quickly. Because of how slow we've been today, the two doctors who presented had to leave. Ne? You know, flights to East London are very scarce. So they had to leave. Any questions regarding their presentations, you just send them to the SG of Sadvetsa, and I will process the responses for the two doctors. But we still have Mamunguka Itobi. So, do we have questions directed at her presentation, the presentation on curriculum? If yes, can we raise it and don't put it down? Can we raise continue raising your hand. Those that have questions on that specific presentations, can you raise your hands? I have no, yeah? Yes, on curriculum development. So you are number 1. Which college are you from? Northlink number 1. Which college? Lepalale number 2. I'll only open 1 round, colleagues. I will not.
What's number 1?
Lovedale number 3. Ingwe number 4. Which one is that? EMC. EMC number 5. Maluti number 6. Motewa number 7. And we close it there. Please, when you speak, stand up. Tell us your name, your position, and the college that you come from. As I've said before, please shy away from preambles and all those unnecessary things. Let's go straight to the questions.
Good afternoon, leadership. Before you is Sitembele Konja from Northlink College, the president of the SRCs over there. And I would also like to follow protocol.
Just hold. Brian, no, deepening ahlala phansi. Even if ngihlala phansi. Yes, President, you may continue. Apologies.
Okay, I'll continue on to my question. So my question is focused on, actually involves the role of college institutions, where bullet point number 3, where it was speaking about engagement of relevant industry to ensure quality curriculum delivery, teaching and learning. So now, as the TVET sector, I believe, we are looking to shift to QCTO, I believe, where, as we also in the presentation, they will be phasing out of certain, for example, report 191, and also rationalization of NCV. So now, of course, it will not be only lecturers who have to, students who have to prepare for that shift. Lecturers also have to prepare for that shift. So with maybe one of those lecturers, or most of maybe few lecturers not having the required qualifications to shift properly to QCTO, when the colleges or the institution are looking to upskill those lecturers, what does the department have, or does the department have anything in place to assist the lecturers or the institution or student in that process of upskilling lecturers to shift over to QCTO? I don't know if I made sense.
What is the process that the deep? Oh, we feel it. Good. Can we have there?
There was number 3 here. Where's number 3? Yes, number 3. Number 3 was here. After 5.
Take this one.
Dumelang, my name is Komotso Nkwati, the Secretary General of Lephalale TVET College. My question is based on the phase out of NATED program. So regarding the phase out, I want to ask, regarding the phase out of program by 2027, I want to ask what will happen to students who have already started or completed the program? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings. This is Ngonzo Kiano.
Imakancinci unobhala.
Sure.
No man. Let's not make noise, colleagues. Let's not make noise. Yeah.
No, thank you, Mr. Son. This is Ngonzo Kiano, the Secretary General at Lovedale TVET College. Mine is just to ask Ms. Ngai Toby. The first question is that after the qualification has expired, after 5 years, as you have stated that, if you have found that the market no longer sees the qualification relevant to its needs, now it means we have to, that qualification will expire now. Will there be funding for the students that have done that qualification for them to be able to upskill? Because if the qualification has expired, now how will they be able to upskill? Will there be funding specifically for that qualification? Now, the second question is the articulation barriers, because at times we find it difficult to move from TVET college to university, because you find that some things that you have done at TVET, according to the university requirements, there are some courses or modules that you have done that they do not want to admit you because of them. So how do we deal with those barriers of articulation from transitioning from TVET to university? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who was next? Ask Kukuni, we're not part of that list. Yes, it's Ingwe. It will be Ingwe, EMC.
Molweni, this is Tato Andris, Welfare Officer of Ingwe TVET College. So, Tina, in our college, there are new programs that were introduced this year, and we do not have tools of trades. So we've been raising this issue wherever we go. We wanted to ask, how are we going to be assisted, and when can we at least expect assistance, because students are really struggling. And then the second question is that supplementary exam results for material level 2, we have not yet received them.
Okay, that's fine. The exam ones, because the doctor had to catch a flight, will address them. We have noted that. EMC there by Ms. Nkala.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bubele Nzansi. I'm the SRC president from Midlands TVET College. I had a question. We are rationalizing the courses that are outdated. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. It simply means that, are we going to take out this, for example, this finance, to change it to bookkeeping, while we have a module within that is called bookkeeping? Will this be responsive? Because I had an impression that when you do this PQM, it must also speak to the fourth industrial evolution of AI. I thank you.
Okay. There was a hand somewhere this side, no? Yeah. Charles Muteo here. President of here.
I believe, sir, you had noted a couple of institutions before Mateo.
I'm giving you speak now.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the House at large. My name is Clinton Leballo, the current sitting President General at this prestigious institution, which is Mateo TVET College. And that being said, I've got a few questions here to the lady who had addressed us beforehand. In terms of occupational programs being eminent or a viable option in the market sector, as well as for the Department of Higher Education and Training to spearhead it and also put it through that students get to, have the luxury or maybe an opportunity to study further in this sector, TVET sector per se, regarding these occupational programs. My question is on the basis of, did the Department of Higher Education and Training maybe per se make a proper research beforehand in terms of seeing to it that the market is responsive in the upcoming 20 years plus for these students, and how long these certificates or per se occupational programs are going to be, much more viable in the employment sector. Seeing that we are actually also phasing out the needed facility of faculty, in a sense, how conducive is the market for students to actually partake in? Seeing that we already have people who are partaking in occupational programs way before students are being introduced in these occupational programs. How is the market being responsive? Is it conducive enough to accept these students and support these students? What kind of support is the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as the TVET sector, giving the students after per se regaining these qualifications, and how do they see to it that they will maintain that these students, as much as these qualifications expire at a later stage, they become much more relevant and much more responsible in that particular end? Thank you.
Okay. I think we're done with the hands side. Which college is that? Oh yeah, Maluti. Bembe.
Greetings, leadership. I go by the name of Mlauze Duao, the Secretary General of the richest college called Wembe. Okay. So my question is, we heard of the program called DBE, and I want to ask what are the procedure to follow, or what are the procedure that students must follow in order for DBE to accommodate the students we've held?
Okay. A secretary of Bembe, there's always someone who has a bigger bag than you, ne? There'll always be someone with a big. Even so, you might find that there's someone who has more money than me. You are defended by Mopani and Letaba. It's very strange. Okay. Gives Kukunele an opportunity. At least they've earned that opportunity. Then say Vala Yonko. So Bembe is bullying everyone in Limpopo. Yeah.
Mandla, thanks very much, the program director. As it is confirmed by Identification Act 68 of 1997 by the Department of Home Affairs, my name is Surprise Mutumi. But I am popularly known by the name of Comrade Mushish. So my question is directed to who is this one? Can I confirm? The acting chief director, Dr. Ramoroka.
Let's pack it. He's not here. Remember, I said we will take those and will respond to me. Just direct it to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Students are having so many inquiries at the campus level in regards to the delay of certificates because they have placed application on certificates. Someone has completed his course in 2014, but up to this date, when he comes to the campus to collect his certificates, the certificates are not there. The application was made a long time ago. So I wanted to ask the chief director on what is that they are doing in that department offices. If we can have our students writing their exams, completing without having to receive their certificates when they come to collect them in the campus. So it's the issue that we are having and we wish it to be resolved as soon as possible because certificates, it's what can take us to the market space. If we don't have certificates, we are nothing. We have just wasted our time going to school. So now, we want to send the message to the Department of Education to say, if they don't want to work, they must tell us. That's it. If they don't want to work, it's fine. We are going to school, we are completing. We don't care if you are a doctor or what. If you can't do your work, then it means you must excuse the offices of the department. Thank you very much.
Okay. 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 Now that completes that round of questions. I want to check, man. You know, I'm noticing a very disturbing trend, but I want to assume it's my eyes. Do we have North Fallsby here? Where are they? And Buznin. Provincial chair, where are they? One is sick. How many colleges from Western Cape left? Left. That I hear. How many colleges? I see College of Cape Town. So who's not here? Now let's leave South Cape. It's only Fallsby that left now. Where is Favor? Okay, that's fine. That's fine, colleagues. Now, Mam Ngugaitoba, listen. Listen. Colleagues, can we do like this? Nah? When a student is sick here, please immediately inform Higher Health that is here at the clinic. If Higher Health is unable to assist, they will then refer. Colleagues at the back, respectfully, let's have one meeting. When a student is sick, please inform Higher Health. If Higher Health is unable to assist, then they will then refer the student so that we don't see people disappearing without our knowledge, colleagues. Can we please keep to that decorum? Mama Ngugaitobi, please come and respond to some of the questions.
Hey, Nyatakato. Nyatakato, program direct. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for the questions. It's quite a lot, a mouthful. The first one, I wish to probe some more Ivembe, so I'm not going to address it. I need to probe some more and then consult on it after this, when I step down. Okay, Northlink, what is the role of the college institutions in terms of preparing the lecturers? Now, you will remember that I said that we were supposed to have been done with phasing out back in 2023 already. And then a directive came out which was saying, no, let's hold it and make sure that all the plans are in place. So what do we have in place? In the Chief Directorate that I serve in, there is lecturer development support and support. There is curriculum development and support. There's student development and support, okay? So it is the role of the lecturer development and support to make sure that before we even introduce the qualification at the college, that the lecturers have been taken through. I will make a very simple example. When we were introducing a hairdresser, we made sure that first the actual people get the trades. If it is through RPL, we send them to school for RPL so that they can get the trade, so that they are prepared for what is coming. But over and above that, how do we monitor that? Before even QCTO gives you what is called an accreditation to say that we now acknowledge you, that you have. The QCTO must make sure that there are all the necessary resources, from physical resources to human resources, that are going to support that program, okay? So those are some of the things that the department will do to make sure that all the resources that are needed for that qualification are in place and that the lecturers are trained, and those that need to be tradesmen themselves or artisans themselves, that they go through that process. There is quite a lot that has been done. Unfortunately, I am not at liberty to, because I don't come from lecturer development, but I can tell you that what has happened is that the department has been able to analyze and understand what kind of lecturers do we currently have and what do we need, so that they are at the standard that we are going towards currently. And what we found out was that at that time, the lecturers were mostly maybe had a professional qualification only or a vocational qualification only. And we said an ideal facilitator, we won't even be calling them lecturers anymore, because these are occupations. So they facilitate occupations. So we said at least they might have that first qualification at NQF level 7. If you are a hairdresser, have that. And then have a professional qualification for pedagogy purposes. That means you must be able to teach the particular program. Now, you will remember also that occupational programs are in 3 components. The first component is a knowledge component. That is a component that you do at the college. You would call it theory, it's knowledge. And then secondly, we have a practical component. That means you cannot be afforded accreditation if you don't have a workshop or a simulated room for you to successfully implement that qualification. So the practical should happen at the college, okay? And then the third component, which is most important, is workplace component. What that component does is it forces colleges to first place students in the industries before they even take those students. You will remember in Report 191, what we did was we took students in numbers, put them in class, after 18 months, disown them. They must go and look for experiential learning somewhere. But now what occupational qualifications or QCTO is saying is, before I even accredit or approve you, show me where you are going to place these students. So that means the student is going to be here for 1 month to do knowledge and practical, and then go the following month to do workplace, and then come back and so on. So I hope Northlink, you have been clarified there, and you can take that message to your constituency. And then Lipalale, you spoke about the phase out, what will happen to those who are in the system who have completed their 18 months knowledge. Remember what I said? I said there will be a phase out and a teach out period. Phase out means we stop taking any more students. Teach out means those who are already in the system are supported to complete. You remember when I was showing you N1 to N3 and I said you will have 2 opportunities to complete that qualification. It's going to be the similar approach. You will sit for your first exam and then you will have another opportunity to sit for your exam up until you complete that program. If you have completed your 18 months, you are seeking employment and you are still going to come back after 3 years, that window is also still open. So those people are not going to be sitting with half qualifications. There will be a teach out phase. Okay, that's Lipalale. And then Lovedale, you asked about after QCTO expiry date for a qualification, what will happen if a student wants to upskill themselves, and I am assuming that you meant articulate from the position where they were. And I'm going to address it like this. The QCTO qualifications currently go up to level 8 or NQF level 8, which is above a diploma or a degree. Okay, so that means before the qualification even expires, it gets reviewed. What this does is it gives us a window to do research based on that. You remember I spoke about OFO, which is Organizing Framework for Occupations. That framework gives us guidance as to how do we gather evidence that this qualification is no longer aligned. And we are not saying it is out of fashion and nobody needs it. Perhaps somebody needs it, but needs it somewhere. But at what scale? It is the same framework that we used when we were determining whether or not we still need this many human resources people. Okay. So that means before even the expiry of the qualification, we first have to embark on asking ourselves if that the skill that is embedded in that qualification is needed the way that that qualification is structured. If not, then we have to go and revise and review that qualification so that it fits the current needs. Okay, and then articulation barriers. Some students find it difficult to articulate to universities what is the transitional arrangements. On NCV, it is clear-cut. You can transition straight into university after you have completed. For Report 191, however, it was not that clear-cut. You either had to pick up 1 or 2 subjects because the qualifications that we offer as the TVET college did not match with the qualifications at the university level. Now you'll remember that also in my presentation, I said, we train as the TVET sector for mid-level skills. Should you wish to be supported, and that's why now we are going the OQSF route, which is the Occupational Qualifications Sub-Framework, which I have just said it goes all the way up to level 8. That means you are no longer going to just sit and dwindle at level 5 or level 6. You can articulate all the way and have a diploma. And I did put those those options up earlier, and my presentation is going to be shared. But please do feel free as well to go to the QCTO website and check at where the framework is at and what are your options in terms of articulation within the occupational qualifications space. And then, but also there is that option which other colleges take, others do not, where they collaborate with either a university that is nearest to them or a university of technology that is nearest to them to close the gap between what they offer. So sometimes a college may be offering a certain qualification that a university also offers. The university can, in agreement with the college, also offer a certain portion to cover that gap so that it is easy for the student to move into that university. So they will have a module that they introduce to those students so that those students can transition smoothly into the universities. Okay. And then when we talk articulation, we also talk about recognition of prior learning and so on. Yeah. And next, I'm a program director. Okay. And then, higher health still has, okay. And then Ingwe asked new programs, but no tools of trade, what to do? That is said, Ingwe. Luckily, the region is here because that is one of the first things that we look for before we even give you, or before we give the college the approval. To say, is the college going to be able or have the capacity to make sure that the consumables as well as the PPE and all the other physical resources that are needed for that program, are they available? If a college says, yes, they are available, we can show you, they take me, when I go there, they take me to a laboratory or a workshop or a kitchen or a restaurant, I am happy, I leave. Then whether or not, and you must also remember, I said it is the duty of the college or the role of the college to manage the resources within the college that are meant for teaching and learning. But the department cannot now go and say, where is this? You know, the college must be able to manage the resources that it has so that it can be able to offer the qualification. So what the role of the department is to make sure that we monitor. Now with occupational qualifications, and I do call on the college officials to please include you in these monitoring sessions that we do. For occupational qualifications, you will realize, one, the person who will give you the accreditation, that is QCTO, is going to come and monitor because they must come and make sure that the qualification that they have designed is being implemented at the best quality and so on. But secondly, remember we have partners that we work with, and those are quality partners. Those are your sitters. Your sitters also assist in developing the qualification. Your sitters also have an interest, and so they go and they do monitoring. The Department of Higher Education, because these are her entities, also must go and do monitoring and evaluation at the college to make sure that the college is doing what it is supposed to do. I'm not sure what the new program is. I do wish Ingwe maybe to ask you some more, and if there is someone from Ingwe, maybe you can be assisted. But I do wish to understand what that program is or what those new programs are that are being offered, but there are no tools of trade. Okay, all right, I will continue. Ingwe, you will have to please approach me. And then, okay, that one was supplementaries, that is national exams. It will be taken to Dr. Amoroga. And then EMC, you asked about 4IR and rationalizing and finance and 4IR and bookkeeper and 4IR. You will notice that in all, and I invite you again to please do that exercise, in all the new programs, the option of 4IR, in fact, that is how that is our reporting objective, we have to report how many TVET college and CISPUM, how many TVET colleges have got qualifications or programs that they have taken that have 4IR embedded in it or technology or digitalized. That means if we say bookkeeper, are we saying bookkeeper that this child is still going to do manual, or have we embedded 4IR into the qualification itself? So what has been rationalized? What will be different between FEA as well as bookkeeper? And also, we do look at the performance of the qualification, by the way, as well, of the program. How is this program performing? How has it been performing for the past 5 to 10 years? And then we have to make a decision about it, if it is working or not working. Okay, and then Motewo, you asked about occupational programs in the industry, students to study further, research, responsive and more viable. How conducive for the market to, okay, what support is TVET sector giving? Okay, I remember this question. You were asking if the soil is fertile in terms of placement of students, because there has been a notion or misconception that the industry does not want TVET students. And it is, has been proven to be correct, that the industry is wary of TVET students because TVET students are a risk. Why? Yeah, because you don't have the necessary skills at the time of being placed. And I'm not saying you leave and you don't have the necessary skills. I am saying at the time of being placed, all you have done for 18 months is theory. But you have never touched a what is this? A screwdriver. You've never touched a board. You've never touched a hairdryer. And you've never touched an engine, for instance, up until you get to the workplace. And so you asked if we did any research, and I do again invite you to go to the departmental website. I will not at the top of my head now remember how many fact sheets and researches that have been done in terms of responsiveness of the curriculum. But if you do, you will find out that we have been embarking on a lot of research. DDG Zungu, was it last year? I think last year launched a research desk within the department for TVET in particular, so that we can have those projects being done, so that we can have answers that are based on evidence. Isikhukhune bizosibuzela national examinations and so on. So I decided to leave Isikhukhune to the program director. Thank you very much, program director, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's give another round of applause. Aye, President. She's here, you'll ask her. Let's continue the program. President of Motewo. She's here, you'll ask. Colleagues, I've requested that and I understood when colleagues from Higher Health were saying the time might not be good for them to make a short presentation. So I begged them that because Ms. Ngaitobi was supposed to present tomorrow, so we brought her up. So Higher Health will be the first presentation in the morning so that we give it the necessary, yeah. And I want to say to all SRCs that are here, please confirm to Higher Health that last year I gave them, was it a half a day, ne? If not the whole day? I said, do whatever you want, it's your whole day. So it was not intentional now, Higher Health. We apologize for that. But you know, Masnina, you are an internal stakeholder. However, that brings us to the last presentation, which is NSFAS. Now, I know those who were sleeping. The ones who are sleeping. When it's time to ask for questions, I will not note them. They must continue sleeping. Ne? President. President.